honored to be your moderator for today's event. We're here to explore some of the brightest, boldest, and most solution-driven ideas coming from young innovators across South Africa. And we're all here to answer the question, which walls will fall next? So welcome to our participants, everyone. All right, thank you. So before we get into it, it is important to acknowledge our supporters, our partners. So I would like to firstly thank the University of Johannesburg for hosting such a prestigious event. We're very honored to be hosted by you guys. And in partnership with the German Academic Exchange Services, otherwise known as the DAAD, we'd like to thank Professor Holger, Mr. Holger, but you'll get to hear from him and meet him soon. And lastly, we would like to thank the Falling Walls Lab Foundation as well. One important partner that I just remembered to announce is the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. So thank you for being a partner as well. Okay, so just before we continue, what I would like to then highlight are some housekeeping rules. So obviously, please do be aware of your cell phones. So do note to switch your phones to silent or off and avoid using them during the pitch. Kindly remain seated during the presentations and no walking up and down while the presenters are up on stage, as it is very disruptive. And please, no flash photography. Just a heads up for our participants, presenters. The pointer might have some delays, so please do take notes, but you have that under control for your assistants as well. And then lastly, I want to advise the audience to please pay careful attention to the ideas that are presented today, because at the end of the event, you will get the opportunity to vote for your favorite wall that has been broken. So very good advice to keep in mind. All right, now without any further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker, and that will be Mr. Holger. Today, to officially open today's event, is now Mr. Holger Bodag. I'd like to invite him to the stage, but before that, I would like to give you a brief overview as to who he is and his profile and background. Please be patient with me while I navigate tech issues. All right. So Mr. Holger Bodag, just a brief overview as to who he is. After studying geography, geology, and water management in Braunschweig, Mr. Holger Bodag worked as a software developer and IT consultant before joining the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, otherwise known as the BMBF. And this was in 2005. There, he was an information technology officer supervising numerous research projects, particularly in IT security and research. From 2017, Mr. Bodag took over the management of the ministry's internal administration until he was seconded to the German embassy in Pretoria in April 2024 as the head of education and research. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Holger Bodag, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the kind invitation, and yes, dear participants of the Falling Walls Lab, dear jury members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome from the German Embassy. My name is Holger Bodag, and I'm the science counselor at the German Embassy in Pretoria. And before I arrived here last year in South Africa, I worked, you've heard it already, for the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. I always loved to work there because you have the possibility to get insight in a lot of different research areas, and you can observe new technologies, new ideas emerging, and how promising they are. And that's why I'm really looking forward to this event today, because I'm very eager to delve into your ideas and your proposals for new impulses in the future. As I did last year in Pretoria, I would like to start with briefly looking back at history. The fall of the Berlin Wall, which gave this event its name. Thank you. The fall of the Berlin Wall, which gave this event its name, ended the separation of two German states in November 1989. At that time, I was living as a student at the Technical University in Braunschweig, in a town near the former border. And on the night the wall fell, I woke up because I could hear voices and shouts on the street. There were thousands of people coming from the German Democratic Republic to experience and to celebrate their new freedom. It was a night of great and unbridled joy, full of hope for a better future. And in a single night, a barrier that has previously seemed unsurmountable and permanent had been torn down. Of course, it was a long road to this moment. The peaceful protest movement in East Germany needed a political framework, a global political framework to make that opening up possible. And it needed the goodwill and a great deal of trust of the states that defeated Germany in the Second World War. But what actually triggered the fall of the wall was a single sentence in a press conference. A leading politician of the German Democratic Republic announced the new travel law with free travel to Western countries and West Berlin. And when a journalist asked him when the law would come into effect, he had no answer. He looked at this paper and then he responded, "As far as I know, it will come into effect immediately without delay." And this statement was broadcast live in television and radio, and all over the world and everywhere in Germany, East and West, this was understood as a message that was actually not intended by the East German politician. The wall is open. And as a consequence, thousands of people in East Berlin and East Germany made their way up to the border crossings, which had not yet received instructions from the political leaders. And the border police had no way of stopping the onslaught of people. The barriers were opened and passport controls were stopped. And this was the moment, the first time since the end of World War II, where German citizens were able to move freely from east to west and vice versa. I think it's a great idea to use this historic moment as a namesake for a scientific competition. It's fundamentally so because in science, a single discovery, a single development can bring about a great success, a great progress socially and technically. And it's particularly so in South Africa, which has its own history of tearing down a wall only 5 years after the events in Berlin. And as we are currently observing all over the world, tearing down walls in people's minds is much more difficult than tearing down walls made of stone. That's a challenge for science. It's a challenge for everyone who has no ideas and wants to convince people with his ideas. And that's the reason I'm very excited to hear your ideas, your research work. My thanks go to you as participants for your presentations here. My thanks go to the University of Johannesburg, to the jury members, and to the DAAD for making this wonderful event possible. Thank you so much, and I wish all of us a very interesting and exciting morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bodag, for grounding us in the greater purpose of this platform and reminding us that the worlds we break here today could very well shape tomorrow's world. Better? All right. So firstly, I would like to welcome, before we continue, I would like to send a special welcome to everyone joining us via live stream. We're so glad that you're here, and we hope you enjoy witnessing these breakthrough ideas with us in real time. Okay, just a brief overview. What is falling walls? So Falling Walls is a global platform founded in 2011 by the Falling Walls Lab Foundation in Berlin, as you have learned. It was curated to, firstly, connect aspiring innovators, discover and support emerging talent, to foster interdisciplinary dialogue and global cooperation, to advance and to build a strong global innovation network. Labs now take place in more than 70 cities across 58 countries, and today it is Johannesburg's turn to take the spotlight. Before I move on, it is now an honor, or rather it is now my honor to introduce the brilliant minds who make up our jury, the thought leaders, the researchers and experts representing a powerful cross-section of science, education and industry, our jury members. And naturally, to give you a brief overview as to who each of our jury members is, I would like to start off with our chair, our jury chair, Professor Ilva Rodney Gumede. Professor Rodney Gumede is the head of the Division for Global Engagement and a full professor in the School of Communication at the University of Johannesburg. She has worked in higher education, journalism, marketing, and PR, and has consulted for several government, private, and academic institutions in Europe and South Africa, including the United Nations Development Programme, otherwise known as the UNDP, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, otherwise known as UNESCO, and of course the Swedish National Agency for Higher Education. Welcome, Professor Ilva Rodney Gumede. We've all met Mr. Holger Bodag, and I'm now going to be introducing Mr. Kimon Kislesh. Dr. Kislesh, or rather Dr. Kislesh. Dr. Kislesh is a postdoctoral researcher affiliated with the AI, Media and Democracy Lab at the University of Amsterdam. He holds a PhD in communication science, and his research activities lie at the intersection of humans and technology, with a particular focus on artificial intelligence, impact assessment, algorithmic fairness, and public perceptions of AI. Thank you, Dr. Kislesh. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Verna Mbangeni. Ms. Verna Mbangeni currently serves as the head of human resources and board director at Robert Bosch Pty Ltd, overseeing HR strategy for South Africa and Angola. With a career spanning education, engineering, law, and financial services, she has led several strategic HR and transformation initiatives focused on long-term organizational sustainability. She is passionate about creating empowering opportunities through leadership, partnership, and impactful programs. Thank you, Ms. Verna. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Tebogo Madiba. Mr. Tebogo Madiba is the Deputy Director of Innovative Priorities and Instruments, Department of Science at the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation. Tebogo Madiba serves as the Deputy Director of Innovation Priorities and Instruments, directed at the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and his work supports the development of policies and programs that create an enabling environment for innovation, technology development, and the commercialization of publicly funded R&Ds. Thank you so much, Mr. Tebogo Madiba. And lastly, I would like to welcome Professor Nosipho Moloto. Professor Moloto is a full professor of chemistry at the University of Witwatersrand, where she holds the Nedbank DSI Sir Chi Chair in Energy Materials and serves as Director of the African Research Universities Alliance, otherwise known as ARUA. Center of Excellence in Materials, Energy in Nanotechnology. She is a recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Distinguished Young Women in Science Award, the NRF Research Excellence Award for Emerging Researchers, the NSTF South 32 Award for Engineering Research Capacity Development, and the Wits Friedel Cell Shop Research Award. Thank you so much, Professor Nosifa Maloto. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our jury. And now I would like to get back to our participants. All right, so just briefly, as you all should understand how today will go about. So each participant will have just 3 minutes to pitch their idea, and this is all they'll have, just that and the power of their thinking and clarity of their message. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the jury will hold up a sign to indicate they will respond after the pitch. This response could be either a question to clarify or probe deeper, or this could be a comment offering constructive feedback. So that will be followed by a brief 30-second interaction before we move on to the next pitch. And how the jury will assess each individual's presentation. 50% of it will be based on the breakthrough factor. So this is the idea that you presented truly new and innovative? And 40% will be based on relevance and impact, which means why does this idea matter and who does it help? And the 10% will be based on your structure and performance. Was it clear? Was it effective? And was it effectively communicated? All right. And yes, just a bit of program reminders. So so starting now, we'll hear from our amazing participants shortly, and each for 3 minutes to spark our imaginations. And then at 11:30, we will have a networking break where you can get to interact with the German Academic Exchange Services, interact with some of the partners that have joined us today, and get to mingle with your colleagues for the day. And then at 12:30, we will return for the award ceremony. And this will also happen after the jury has deliberated during the networking period. And then thereafter, after the award ceremony at between 1 o'clock to 2 p.m., we'll then wrap up with a lunch and more opportunities to network. So without further ado, let's get to what we're all here for, the breakthrough of ideas. I'll be introducing each participant with the title of their pitch, and after they present, we'll have a short moment of jury feedback, then continue straight into the next person. So let's open our minds, take notes, and discover which are the next walls to fall. Thank you. One second. All right, so without further ado, I'll be introducing our first presenter, who is Bosco Mtweve. Mr. Bosco Mtweve. Can we please get the slides? Apologies. It is important to note that one of our participants wasn't able to make it. Two of our participants weren't able to make it today. So please excuse the first participant who was meant to be Victor Agbobon. All right. Again, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Bosco Mtweve, who is breaking the wall of FRP Biodye Filter. Welcome, Bosco Mtweve.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning.
I am here to take through the war of dye pollution from the manufacturing industry. We are living in the world, everything is colorful. And every year, around 0.8 million tons of the dyes are generated, and up to 15% of this dye is ending up to our water ecosystem and our environment. So these dyes are not just a colorful, beautiful material, but they are toxic and they are harmful, carcinogenic once they come to our environment and their aquatic life. So how if we could clean this toxic waste and also reuse this valuable resource, water, and this dye? So here, F4P biodye is a game changer solution for this industry struggling with this wastewater pollution by these dyes. So the technology intend to not only just to filter like other technologies, but it want to filter and also recover these dyes, and the filters can be the source of nutrients to the soil, and dyes can be used. So this technology, how it works and how it is designed, first it is utilizing the available abundant natural resource, natural fibers from the agriculture produce. So unlike of also absorption technologies emerged recently using coal and also using non-renewable and unsustainable materials. So this technology will use available abundant materials from the agricultural produce to develop smart absorbent materials that can be highly efficient and high absorption kinetics so that can remove this dye within a second. So this is not just only the filtration, but it
Time.
has to do with
Time.
impact.
This is an opportunity for questions from our jury. Questions or exclamations?
This is just a comment. I think it would be prudent for you and others to avoid using a lot of acronyms. I'm still wondering what is FRP. It would be nice if you said it once and then we can follow.
They can be used for painting. They can be used for painting.
For painting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boscom Tweve. And now we will be welcoming Jordan Nika from Varsity College Sandton, breaking the wall of romanticized sexual violence. Welcome, Jordan Nika.
I'd like to present a hypothetical. A man and a woman in a relationship decide to become intimate, and the man is very pleased to learn that she's a virgin and becomes rough. He then gets overwhelmed and tells him to stop, but he says she's his to do it as he chooses and continues. Today, I will be discussing the normalization of rape culture through the lens of dark romance. What is dark romance? It's a genre of literature that takes elements of horror and taboo and frames it romantically. So why is this appealing? This image can tell us why. The important part to take away is that the man will do horrible things for the woman. That's what's designed. And yet the majority of these books have men doing horrible things to the woman. So we end up with narratives where the man will free the woman in his sleep or replace her birth control with hormone implantations. Violation is portrayed as love. and if anyone points this out, they receive backlash and are told it's just fiction. And yet, research like sexual script theories and the effects of pornography show that repeated exposure to sexual violence warps perceptions of sex and relationships and causes desensitization. So how do we address this issue? First, through media literacy campaigns like school-based workshops, social media mini lessons, and interactive reading guides, we teach young women how to decode harmful tropes. Consent education is key here, especially for teens, as most start reading dark romance at this age. Next, we get writers involved. Shift the narrative so that the women have agency. Make consent clear and let there be consequences for abusive behavior. Lastly, we listen to survivors of sexual violence. Elevate their voices through podcasts, discussion groups, even in media literacy campaigns, and ethical romance checklists. Together, these three strategies aim to re-educate young women that empowerment is not allowing a man to have full control over your bodily autonomy. Sexual violence is not something to be romanticized. Thank you.
Questions?
Well, it bridges readers, writers, and survivors together in one conversation. And it focuses more on media literacy than censorship and ethical creativity. Yes.
Question.
So like you partner with schools and we, sorry.
Thank you so much, Jordan Aika from Varsity College. All right. Up next, we've got Kuzani Mabena from Tshwane University of Technology, and he will be breaking the wall of Victim Tracker Smartwatch. Welcome, Kuzani Mabena. Question. All right, just a tip to our participants, you are allowed to hold the mic with your hand. Again, to the participants, we strongly advise that you hold the mic so that you are audible. All right, that was Kuzani Mabena. And now up next, breaking the wall of textile waste in Africa. Please welcome to the stage, Enoch Mvita. Enoch Mvita reigns from the University of Johannesburg. So welcome, Enoch Mvita. Time. All right, thank you so much to Mr. Enoch Vita. And now up on stage, we will be welcoming Claudia Duplessis, breaking the wall of gestational diabetes diagnosis. Please welcome to the stage, Claudia Duplessis.
One in 4 pregnant women develops a condition that can change their baby's health for life, and we only catch it once it's already too late. Gestational diabetes can lead to life-threatening conditions like preeclampsia, preterm birth, a larger than average baby at birth, and long-lasting conditions like cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes for both mother and baby. Women with gestational diabetes are also more likely to have a miscarriage in a subsequent pregnancy. Gestational diabetes is diagnosed in the second trimester by testing how a pregnant woman's body responds to sugar. But if we can develop a minimally invasive screening tool, we can prevent some of these long-lasting effects. Surprisingly, gestational diabetes is driven by inflammation, almost like arthritis, and this means that the immune system is involved. That's where a new diagnostic test comes in. Some of our white blood cells, called neutrophils, undergo a process during which they release their DNA to trap bacteria when we have an infection. This process is known as netosis. Like a fisherman casting a net to catch fish, these webs of DNA are called neutrophil extracellular traps, or nets. Nets aren't only released during infection, they also form in response to inflammation. And that's why women with gestational diabetes tend to form nets more easily. I'm developing a test to determine how easily these neutrophils form nets. Since we already have medications and lifestyle changes that are effective at treating the disease, this immune response could help us predict who is most likely to develop the disease, and they could begin treatment early, preventing some of the long-lasting effects. If we have better diagnostic and prognostic tools, fewer children will go on to develop obesity, fewer mothers will have life-threatening pregnancies, and by breaking the wall of gestational diabetes diagnosis, we open the door to healthier mothers, healthier babies, and a future where no child is born into a lifelong risk they never chose. Thank you.
Question.
Yes, so I am developing a test to measure neutrophils. So you stimulate neutrophils with serum from these pregnant women to see how easily they form nets, and compare that to healthy pregnant women if it forms more easily.
That was Claudia Duplessis from the University of Pretoria. Thank you, Claudia. Up next, from Tshwane University of Technology, breaking the wall of chronic dermatosis. Please welcome to the stage, Gyabetswe Ncube. Dr. Gyabetswe Ncube.
Good morning. We have Mampo in Pella Village, rural village in Northwest. She has a child. This child hardly sleeps. Each skin scratches it until it becomes wounds and cries throughout the night. The nearest effective medical care is about 100 kilometers outside of the village. What does she do? All she has is about a few goats in the yard. Now moving to the suburban Pretoria East, we have Jessica. She loves the summer. She loves swimming, a socialite who goes all over the place in summer. But then all her dreams of swimming are shattered. Her skin is scaly, patchy. That drops her self-confidence. She can't swim anymore, which is her favorite thing to do. Chronic dermatosis. Also from the doctors, it has shown that Jessica now cannot afford her medical care because solutions are there, but it starts at an average of 250 rands per small tube. Now the medical aid kicks her out. She can't have medication anymore. Our solution breaks this wall through the integration of multi-omics on exploring bioactive compounds that are found in goat milk. It has been shown that there are various unique proteins and fatty acids amino acids like your L-histidine that are working together and interacting with the skin for wound healing properties. And this is what we are doing to come up with our solutions. So after this, unraveling all these multi-omics and unraveling all these bioactive compounds and unique peptides, we now extract them from the milk, and it has shown to be one of the potential therapies that can be used, affordable, accessible to everyone. Now, goat milk is not just liquid milk. It is not just liquid gold. This is indigenous knowledge translated into science. A hope for poor in the village, accessible, affordable, and usable, and safe for everyone, even children. Thank you.
Question.
Yeah, did you make clinical trials with this product?
Not yet.
Are they planned?
Yes, yes, they're planned. Is the use of the natural milk. There's very less processing the solution. So we take the milk as it is and mix it with natural oil. So yeah, that's what makes it cheaper.
Thank you, Dr. Kiebetse Ngube. Up next, from the University of Pretoria, breaking the wall of drug-free cancer care. Welcome to the stage, Tanya Maposo.
When treatment becomes destructive, the disease isn't the only threat. Current treatment or current cancer treatments come with side effects and resistance. And as a solution to this, immunotherapies are on the rise. However, what we're seeing is that patients are only responding 20% of the time. And cancer is so smart that it's reprogramming what we call regulatory T cells and M2 macrophages to favor cancer progression and initiation. So what we are trying to present, or what we're proposing today, are plant-based materials or plant-based compounds to actually reverse this phenomenon by actually taking and enhancing cytotoxic T cell activity and dendritic cell activity to actually go and attack and kill the cancer, and also reverse that phenotype that I mentioned earlier and take back that M2 phenotype that's pro-cancerous and make it anti-cancerous, which is that M1 phenotype. So how we aim to study this is by using what we call FDG, which is FDG PET imaging using mice models, to actually see in real time the distribution and response and the safety profile. And we will also, as I mentioned earlier on, we also want to actually see if the immune profiles have changed and how this immunotherapy, or rather this plant-based immunotherapy, can affect and impact cancer. And how we will do this is use a flow cytometer, which will allow us to see in real time the activation of the cells, the change in immune profiles, thus showing us ultimately that these cells actually can kill the cancer. The innovation comes here, or what we're presenting here, is not just a new therapy, but a plant-based immunotherapy that delivers precision without the toxicity. Restoring what's really important to us, restoring the quality of life, healing without suffering. I thank you. Disagree, because chemotherapy comes with many side effects and toxic side effects that leave patients. You have patients who even refuse to go and get the treatment again, which is not what we want essentially, because we do know that cancer occurs. Immunotherapy is innovation, but plant-based immunotherapy takes it a bit further, because now we're no longer using the toxicity. We're evading that whole space. We're using plants. We're going back to the natural source. So we're using flavonoids specifically, and we're going to be using myristotin to actually prove this study.
Have you tested already?
No, not yet. We're too excited.
Thank you so much, Tanya Maposo from the University of Pretoria. Up next, also from the University of Pretoria, please welcome to the stage Professor Henri Heeman, Breaking the Wall of Respiratory Care Inequality.
Good morning. Now that was on purpose, because today I would like to ask you, when last have you appreciated your ability to cough? Now, in conditions like neuromuscular disorders, as these children grow older, their muscles, including their breathing muscles, become weaker. They then lose the ability to take a deep breath, to sigh, to yawn, and to cough. Because of an ineffective cough, they can then not effectively remove the phlegm from their lungs, leading to lung infections and at times hospitalizations, with subsequent negative effect on the quality of life of the child and their family. And sometimes these lung complications can even lead to death. As physiotherapists, we do have manual cough assist techniques that we can use, but there are cough assist devices available, also known as mechanical insufflation exsufflation. These devices can effectively remove phlegm, reduce breathing complications, enhance quality of life, and prevent death. Globally, however, the use of these devices remains limited due to the high import cost. I don't have to remind anyone about the exchange rate. These devices also require electricity, which might not always be available, especially in rural areas. And here in South Africa, we also sometimes do not have electricity due to load shedding. Now, can you imagine being a parent and knowing that there's a life-saving solution available for your child, but it's on the other side of an insurmountable wall? Therefore, the solar-powered cough assist device can provide an affordable and sustainable solution, because Africa has got sun and lots of it. Like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that not a single child should die because of not being able to cough effectively, and that we can break down this wall of respiratory care inequality. There's an African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And it is my hope that someone in this Falling Walls village will be able to help me to make this dream a reality and to save our children. So let the sun rise with healing in its rays. Thank you.
Questions?
And is it in any way related to asthma?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, any patient that has got difficulty with coughing and removing phlegm from the lungs can benefit from a cough assist device. So I'm talking about neuromuscular disorders, but children with cerebral palsy, asthma, any patient that cannot remove phlegm from the lungs that might have lung complications and might die because of secretion retention. So this is actually, the scope can be so much broader.
Are you developing this system locally, or you're integrating?
I would love someone here that can help me to develop it. As I say, it's an idea, because research has been done on the cough assist device. I've also done it here in South Africa, but we do not, there is no
Thank you so much, Professor Henri Heeman from University of Pretoria. Up next, also from the University of Pretoria, please welcome to the stage Dakalo Portia Ramali, who is breaking the wall of limitations in angiogenesis therapies.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine if cancer could talk. Do you think it will beg for help when it is in distress? It will not. It will actually demand it. That's what exactly happens inside a growing tumor. When oxygen runs low, it sends a signal, vascular endothelial growth factor, also known as VEGF, commanding the body to grow new blood vessels just for it. And that's how it builds its lifeline. This whole process is called angiogenesis, and cancer uses it to grow new blood vessels in order for it to survive and thrive. Scientists have developed anti-angiogenic drugs to target this VEGF, but most of them, they have worked, but only for a while. It seems like we're busy.
Yeah. Apologies for that. We will allow Mr. Carlo Portia Romali to start over due to the obvious situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine if cancer could talk. Do you think it will beg for help when it is in distress? It will not. It will actually demand it. That's what exactly happened inside a growing tumor. When it runs out of oxygen, it sends a signal, vascular endothelial growth factor, also known as VEGF, commanding the body to grow new blood vessels just for it. This whole process is called angiogenesis, and cancer uses it to grow new blood vessels in order for it to thrive and survive. Scientists have developed drugs to block this VEGF. Some of them they have worked, but only for a while. It seems like we are busy chasing one signal while cancer is running an entire system. That's where my MSc research comes in. Instead of targeting VEGF, I'm going further upstream to the regulators of angiogenesis. These are angio-MRRs, small RNA molecules that control most of the genes involved in blood vessel formation. I'm studying how myristatin, a natural compound, affects these angio-MRRs in breast cancer. The goal of this approach is to switch off the instructions that tell cancer how to grow blood vessels in the first place. This approach could offer therapies that are more flexible, less harmful, and more accessible, especially in low and middle income countries, because that's where most of advanced therapy seems to be out of reach. Because if a treatment can reach those who need it, it's no longer a breakthrough, it's a barrier. And the future of cancer therapy, I believe, is rewriting the signals that causes cancer to build the new blood vessels in the first place. And that's the future that I'm working towards. Thank you.
Questions?
To the tumor, how do you know and have you tested that other blood vessels aren't harmed?
Now we are now going to do it in preclinical, like on mice.
Question?
A number of studies looking at exactly similar things. What is it, one thing that you say is innovative compared to those studies?
We are targeting angio-MRRs specifically because they regulate angiogenesis. We are not going people focus on VEGF, but we are going to focus on angio-MRRs.
Thank you, Dakalo from University of Pretoria. Up next on stage from Tshwane University of Technology, breaking the wall of breast cancer models. From the University of Pretoria, please welcome to the stage Unnati Ramashala, breaking the wall of breast cancer models.
Most breast cancer research today largely reflects Caucasian populations, and this is because of a long history of underrepresentation of Black participants in both research and clinical trials. This is significant because breast cancer acts differently across racial groups. For instance, Black South African women with breast cancer are usually diagnosed below the age of 55, while white women are usually over 55. The 5-year survival rate is significantly lower in Black patients than it is white patients, and Black women are more often diagnosed with aggressive types of breast cancer. And despite these disparities, Black women are still an underrepresented cohort in breast cancer research. This is a health gap that leads to inadequate care and poor outcomes, highlighting the need to include more African participants in research. Furthermore, most breast cancer research uses two-dimensional cell culture, which is a model where cancer cells grow flat on a plastic surface. However, less than 10% of commercially available cancer cell lines originate from women of African ancestry. And even though this model has been a foundational tool for research and drug developments for decades, they do not capture the three-dimensional structure, complexity, and genetic diversity of real tumors across patients and populations. This has therefore led to the development of a new model called breast cancer organoids, where instead of 2D flat cells, organoids grow as 3D spheres that keep the natural structure, genetics, and behavior of its original tumor. They are made directly from tumors of patients, so they more accurately replicate the patient's own genetics. And some studies show that patients respond to treatment the same way their organoids did in the lab. Because this model better mimics the disease, they can serve as representations of patients and populations in the lab. We are therefore expanding upon this model to include organoids made from Black female South African patients, with the goal of creating a biobank of African patient-derived breast cancer organoids. Because this model will better reflect the genetic diversity of Black South African women, we can finally research breast cancer in an African context. These organoids can be used for drug screening to predict the most effective treatments for individuals, as well as create drugs tailored for Black South African women, laying the foundation for the establishment of organoid biobanks from other African populations. By including African participants in these organoid models, we break the wall by making research and treatments more fair, accurate, and inclusive, and above all, better at saving lives.
Questions?
Hi, thanks. Do you do like computer simulations for the testing here, or what? How can you imagine that?
No, we do wait lab testing.
Lab testing.
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Cool.
But they yeah, but we are currently working on gene profiling.
You mentioned Black, and then you speak about African. Which categories do you define Black as in terms of?
It's a good question, but we're currently focusing on Black African women. We're not specifying whether it's Zulu or Vedi, just Black African participants.
So much. Monati Ramashala from the University of Pretoria. Just a heads up to our jury members, could you please make use of the microphones when asking questions, as the live streamers cannot hear. All right, up next from Tswana University of Technology, breaking the wall of probiotic innovation for extending goat milk's freshness. Welcome, Nare Monareng.
In South Africa, a rural farmer begins her day at dawn, milking her goats for her family and as a source of income. However, by sunset, a large portion of that milk has already been spoiled. And this isn't just her story, it's a reality for countless smallholder farmers and consumers in South Africa. It's lost nutrients, lost income, and food insecurity. So I asked, can we slow down spoilage using the milk itself naturally, affordably, and sustainably? While goat milk is rich in nutrients, it spoils faster than cow's milk. And why is that? It is because goat milk contains higher levels of fatty acids, free fatty acids, and more active lipoprotein lipase, which accelerates lipolysis, and that is the breakdown of fats. It contains, this results in rapid flavor deterioration, increased acidity, and bacterial overgrowth. Studies show that smallholder farmers may lose up to 2 to 3 liters of milk per goat per day. That's around 30% of production. But this is not just about farmers, it is about consumers as well. Imagine buying a liter of milk only to have it spoiled by the third or second day. It is food waste and economic loss at household level. And to leverage this, using shotgun metagenomics, I will collect goat milk samples and extract microbial DNA. This DNA will then be fragmented, prepped, and sequenced using next generation sequencing. From there, I will then conduct a metagenomic analysis. This will not only give us insights into the type of bacteria that is found in goat milk, but also understanding what they can do as well. And from this process, I can then pinpoint the beneficial probiotic strains already existing in goat milk. These are good bacteria that can outcompete spoilage microbes, delay fat breakdown, and stabilize pH. I will then develop custom probiotic cultures that are tailored specifically to goat milk's chemical properties and microbial diversity. And from these custom cultures, they will then be added back to milk, which can then extend its shelf life naturally. These cultures.
Time. Questions?
In the intro, you started talking about an ordinary person, milking goats. How then do you relate what you plan on doing, the usability to an ordinary man on the street?
Excuse me?
How is it going to get to that? I mean, you've proposed a solution, but I'm saying, how does it connect back to a...
Thank you, Nare Monoreng from Tswana University of Technology. Also from Tswana University of Technology, please welcome to the stage Francois Peterson, breaking the wall of gender binaries.
Good morning, panel. Today I'm breaking the walls of gender binaries through the use of flowers, language of flowers more specifically. I grew up in a traditional Afrikaans household where anything other than hypermasculinity, softness, self-expression, and even emotions was dismissed or shamed. Like many queer people, I've learned early on in my life that being yourself could be dangerous. Across the world, gender binaries are reinforcing hegemonic masculinity, the idea that real men should be hard, dominant, and emotionless, which often leads to toxic masculinity and violence. Schools, churches, sports, homes, all become sites for surveillance. Masculinity then becomes a performance, and those who do not fit the role are often shunned and erased. This wall harms everyone, but non-conforming and queer identities feel the weight the most. But what if flowers, often associated with femininity and decorative items, could confront the very spaces that taught us to fear difference? My response is art as activism, but not the kind confined to gallery spaces or cultural elites. I aim to install a series of sculptural works in male-coded environments, spaces that often goes unchecked and unchallenged. And let's be honest, we all know men's bathrooms, high in testosterone and low in soul. One example is a cricket ball box, made entirely out of pressed flowers, as you can see in the top right image. I aim to install this in a locker room setting or a sports meeting room. It's a subtle but powerful confrontation. The object men use to protect what many believe to be the most important part of their being, the genitals, is now fragile, floral, and symbolic. Another examples are my urinals. As you can see in the bottom right, these are functional urinals currently being installed in male bathrooms. I'm wrapping up this project. Here the viewer becomes the participant, confronted with a masculinity that is hybrid, floral, and impossible to ignore, growing through the cracks. I will document the public response of these works. Will they laugh, destroy, reflect? Will they feel disarmed or defeated? And let me be clear, the introduction of these works is not about inclusion or acceptance. The goal is to confront the perceptions that still upholds the patriarchy. I begin in South Africa, then I'll go globally.
Time.
Thank you.
Questions?
I love the idea. It's really cool. How is the acceptance of like the partners you're working with? Because you said like sports locker rooms, and I expect that is
that's
difficult.
That's part of the project because getting public, well, the defacing of these objects are part of it, and I want the public to interact because that shows the vulnerability of masculinity in itself. It's a problem.
Thank you, Francois. from the University of Tshwane. And next up on stage, breaking the wall of water wastage from Tshwane University of Technology, please welcome Sifundo Kulu.
So according to UN Water, over 2 billion people in the world face water scarcity and lack of access to safe drinking water. And in coming years, this is expected to rise because of an increase in global population as well as climate change. Judges, organizers, fellow participants, and members of the audience, good morning. My name is Mzwakhe Kulu, here to talk about breaking the walls of water wastage in South Africa. So what we have discovered is that a lot of water gets wasted in rural areas, in townships where they get water through communal tanks and communal taps. So all this water ends up in the ground because of negligence, because sometimes people forget to close the tap. Sometimes it's because, you know, the elderly just are forgetful. And people queue for this very resource that is being wasted. So over time, that amounts to thousands of liters of water that is wasted, putting further strain on the resource, which is already scarce, and which researchers predict that the next world war is going to be fought over. So our solution is an automechanical tap, or a tap called an automechanical tap. The way it works is that a user will place their container on the steel plate, as you can see. They will lower the window lever to start the water flow from the ball valve. Then the weight will pull the nylon string, which is connected to the window knob. And eventually, after a certain period of time, due to the weight on the steel plate, then the tap automatically closes itself, therefore ensuring that no water is wasted. So the impact of this is that it will result in saving a lot of water which is already scarce. This will allow municipalities to divert resources to ensure that in those water scarce areas, they are able to actually provide more drinking water. They are also able to save a lot of money, which is currently being diverted to unsustainable water models like water tankers and so forth. Yeah, so
time. Questions?
Against leaks that are caused by people not closing taps.
Yes, that's correct. Basically water that gets wasted when someone collects it. Yeah.
Thank you. Kulu from Tshwane University of Technology. And lastly, but not least, Mpho Kotlola from Tshwane University of Technology, breaking the wall of manufacturing age-appropriate ARVs for children. Welcome, Mpho.
Thank you so much. I need you to imagine this. Living with a child who's HIV positive, and when you go to the pharmacy, there are only big HIV tablets available. So imagine a 1-year-old kid swallowing a big tablet. The critical question is, as a pharmacist, would you provide the mother of a sick baby with the ARVs designed for adults and request the mother to split a film-coated tablet into small fractions and give it to the baby? Have you considered the risk of underdosing before giving out such instructions? Or would you ask the mother to blend the tablet with soft drinks and food to mask the bitter taste? Have you considered the chemical interaction? What about the reduction of the therapeutic effect? And furthermore, did Food and Drug Administration, or SAPRA, approve such compounding of the pharmaceutical compound? Therefore, there is an urgent need to manufacture appropriate sizes of medication for our children. Because when we take a look on HIV global statistics, it has been estimated that we have approximately 1.4 million of children who are living with HIV and AIDS. And in South Africa, about 270,000 children are living with the virus, and only 57% are on HIV treatment. And that led us to look for a tangible solution, such as localizing the manufacturing of sublingual tablets with nice fruity taste. Sublingual tablets in our research is a novel formulation. Sublingual tablets, again, it makes use of the saliva. The tablet will be placed under the tongue and it makes use of the saliva to facilitate the breaking down. So during the manufacturing of sublingual tablets, 3 HIV drugs, which are tenofovir DF, abacavir, and cetofovir, will be combined together. Reason being is to improve the therapeutic outcomes. And again, sublingual tablets, they ensure dose accuracy, maximize bioavailability, and enhances patient adherence. So in conclusion, I want to say children are not young adults. Therefore, they deserve to have their own safe and friendly medication. I thank you.
Time. Questions?
To be more age appropriate, to taste better. It's a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Why HIV/AIDS medication is so different?
Thank you so much, Mpho Kotlolo from Tshwane University of Technology. And that brings us to the end of our presentations, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all our wall breakers. I'm pretty sure most of us learned a lot today. So as mentioned before the program started, we will then now be breaking off to our networking sessions. And during this session, the jury will also be deliberating. All right, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies. So just a reminder for our audience award, please do take note of the QR code that you're seeing on all the screens around you. This will be voting for your favorite presentation for the day. And then we shall reconvene after the jury deliberation and the networking session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Before our participants head out, we would like to get a group picture along with the jury members on stage, please. Could you please make your way to the stage?
Learn from world-class Udemy instructors like Chris.
As a former beta tester wizard for Microsoft, I've created
Hello, Falling Walls Lab, Johannesburg. All right, thank you all for the long break. The jury's back, they've deliberated, and the results are in. So we will be getting into our award ceremony now. Sorry, as late as I am. But before we get into it, I will introduce Professor Ilva to share a couple of remarks before we get into the ceremony. So please welcome on stage Professor Ilva.
Thank you. It's difficult to judge. It's really, sitting judgment over someone else's ideas. It's a terrible thing. I was thinking it's really difficult. I mean, how do you really evaluate? How do you present it to the public? How do you evaluate someone's ideas into the public? And as you saw, 30 seconds for questions, that's just there. But there are tricks. There are things to be mindful of. So when we present ideas and when you go forward and do this again, and particularly to support your ideas, one thing that becomes really important is to be what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Tell me that immediately, or tell us, or the founder, whoever you're talking to. So it's really about going out there, say, this is the problem in South Africa or globally. We have a problem with gender-based violence, land water, leakages over, whatever it might be. And that is the problem. And then we continue to say, this is the problem. Next step is, so far, no one has found a solution to this kind of problem. Or the people who have come up with solution to this kind of testing, this kind of problem, has done it this way, but it's not.
And this is the award that you all voted for through the QR codes that you are screening. And I would like to welcome to the stage our audience winner, Kokotolo. Well done, Kokotolo. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Kokotolo was breaking the wall of manufacturing age-appropriate ARVs for children. Congratulations, Nicole. Round of applause from Cole, everyone. All right, fantastic. And now we are going to be handing over our third place prize. So in third place, we are happy to welcome to the stage in third place, Miss Claudia Duplessis. Congratulations, Claudia, breaking the wall. Please stay on the stage, thank you. Congratulations, Claudia. Breaking the wall of gestational diabetes diagnosis, Claudia Duplessis, everyone. In second place, we are excited to welcome to the stage Franz. Congratulations, Francois Peterson. Breaking the wall of gender bias. Congratulations, Francois. And finally, the moment we've been all waiting for, lunch. Okay. All right, in first place, drum rolls from the audience, please. In first place, we are happy to welcome to the stage Unati Ramashala in first place, everybody. Congratulations, Unati. Congratulations, congratulations, Ms. Unati. Breaking the wall of breast cancer models, everyone. Our winner of Falling Walls Lab Johannesburg 2025 and on our way to Berlin for the grand finale. Congratulations, Unati. Congratulations, congratulations. All right, and that. Another round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause. All right. Congratulations, winners, and all the best. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for such a prestigious event. And as a vote of thanks, we would like to thank our very esteemed jury members. And as a token of our appreciation, we would like to hand them over a couple of goodie bags. So could you please assist me? All right, I will thank the jury members individually. Thank you so much to our chair, Elvia Rodney Kumete. Thank you so much. And then another member of our jury we would like to welcome to the stage is Mr. Holger Boda. Next up, we've got Mr. Kimon Kisne. Next up, we've got Ms. Lita Masilela, who was with us today. And then we have Mr. Bernard Jongeni. We then have Mr. Deboko. Miss Professor Joseph Moloko. Thank you so much. Finally lost the German. Round of applause for German, is everyone? Thank you. Can you remember this? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, everyone who participated has not been handed, so we will be showing a token of appreciation to our presenters today, who delivered some groundbreaking ideas and deserve this recognition. So a round of applause one more time. All right, would like to first call up on stage, Mpho Kotlolo. Thank you so much, Paul, for the roles you read. Please come join us on stage. Thank you so much, Paul. Next on stage, we would like to welcome Sekundo Kulu. Well done, Sekundo. Thank you. Next up on stage, we've got Francois Fitzgerald. Thank you, Francois. All right, next up on stage, we've got Nare Manoreng. Next up on stage, we've got Unati Ramasha. Our winner, our Falling Walls Lab, Johannesburg 2025. Congratulations again, Unati. You did a great job. Thank you. Next up on stage, we've got Dr. Portia Ramani. Hold on, Carlo. Thank you so much, Carlo. Next up on stage, we've got Professor Andre Ima. Thank you, Miss Ani. Next up on stage, we welcome Tanya. Fantastic stuff. Next up on stage, thank you, Kiabetsu Ngube. Dr. Kiabetsu Ngube, thank you so much. Congratulations. Next up, of course, Claudia Duplessis. Where are you? Congratulations, Claudia. Our third place winner for Falling Awards at 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Next up on stage, we've got Enoch Vita. Congratulations, Enoch. Fantastic. All right, next up on stage, we've got Kusani. Fantastic. Will Miss Jordan Nika please join us on stage? Jordan Nika, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Jordan. Next up on stage, we've got Bosco Mfebe. Fantastic stuff. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the ceremony. Thank you so much for your presence again once more. And like we said, we are now going to be heading out to enjoy a couple of refreshments. If you and this is also a great opportunity to keep networking. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Next time. Thank you. One more second. Oh my goodness, sorry. This event would not have been possible without the major efforts from the German Academic Exchange Services. My colleagues, Anika Opperman, could you please come to the stage? And we've got Miss Eden Galetta, who's trying to hide from us at the back. And we've got Jada, of course, that you've just met on stage. Very great team. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now proceed. Thank you.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes.